Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson, and we are doing art today. Art today. How are y'all doing? Sorry, I have a little commentary in the background. Uh, Welcome to the stream. Probably going to be short intro today, because I know what I'm drawing. I don't have to kind of like try and sort out what we're going to work on together today. I'm working on a brand new mouse for an upcoming expansion to the game. Very excited about this. We've been kind of discussing it internally for quite some time now, trying to figure out all the little kind of details and mechanics and all kinds of fun stuff. But we're very locked down on most of the design points to the point where we've tasked up a bunch of developers, a bunch of artists with a whole bunch of cool tasks. So it is happening, and I've been doing some cool HUD designs and mice designs and all kinds of fun stuff. I'm very excited about what this will bring. So I think I'm just going to jump right over to the art. So this one I've already started, just because during the week I was kind of like doing some mock-ups and stuff for interfaces, trying to kind of sort out some details, and essentially there was kind of a period where it's like, okay, well, we know enough for this stage, and we need to kind of like, sorry, my dog, another dog was in the hall apparently. We needed to kind of like figure out some extra details before we could progress further on that interface, so I decided to do some mouse sketching. So I started on a special character here, who is a purveyor slash crafter slash just artificer of some sort of charms. And I'm not going to go into too much specific detail about how to encounter this mouse, what they do specifically. A number of those elements we do know, but we're going to kind of hold our cards for a bit, obviously, before we kind of like reveal too much. It's still going to be a while before the area comes out. So I'm sure you'll get to see a few of these characters being created. But one of the interesting things about this character specifically is the charms specifically that they're kind of connected with is actually still kind of up in the air in terms of kind of like design purposes, balance, etc. Like, so it was probably not the most pertinent character to start with, at least on stream, because there is a possibility of kind of needing to tweak the actual kind of final design, but I'm not too worried about that. I'm going to theme these kind of like charms as a little more kind of like nebulous for now, and if later on when we get to kind of like the certain stages where we've kind of like locked down on like, okay, so these are specific drops, these are kind of like the specific items tied to this, that's when I could kind of come back to this piece, tweak the image a little bit if I need to. But I'm going to try and make it so that it looks like, oh, maybe they can just kind of like craft or repair or like design, who knows what specifically. Like a lot of these characters can be a little bit just kind of all over the place for what their capabilities might be, and it's kind of up to your imagination to figure out, okay, how do they interact with these elements in the world and stuff. But yeah, so basically, if I even get to that kind of state where it's fully rendered, I doubt I will actually get that level of detail. It's kind of a lot for this piece. It's going to have a little bit of an atmosphere to it. There's lots of fun details I want to render in it, just to really make it extra, awesome looking. It's going to be a challenging mouse to get to is the thing. So, I want it to be a rewarding kind of character to find and meet. So yeah. Yes, so this is for the Imperium Palace. You're right. All right. they're making a rocket. But yeah, so because there is still kind of elements of the design that aren't fully locked down in terms of like balance and such, the kind of actual assets that this character might be holding could change, but I'm not too worried about that detail. I just realized I should probably pull up a different image for reference for myself, and I just don't want you to see it because it would be quite spoilery, but I do want that as my own reference. So give me a second. Yes. No, not that one. Not Photoshop. Oh. Boo. Photoshop is the bane of my existence these days. Alright, close. Didn't want to open that. Alright. Open with. Here. And scooch you over to the other window where you aren't allowed to see it. Sorry, friends. Fit to screen. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm just arranging my windows for my own sanity. And I think, yeah, okay, that should be fine. I think we're good. Okay. Sorry about that. I just wanted to kind of make sure that I didn't spoil coolness. All right. I'm sure that many of you are ready for split-second spoilers, but this one I'm going to try to keep under wraps. It's quite a special character, if you will. Sorry, just checking. Roxanne, I'm not totally sure. Are you Singus? Cygnus? I always try to kind of keep up with any messages I get on Discord and respond to those. But yeah, I don't always respond like within the day. So if I haven't responded, I apologize, but I will try to. Hang on, I gotta move my curtain because, oh boy, the sun is suddenly... I was like, ooh, I'm gonna have a stream where the sun is not in my eyes for once because it was like nice and cloud covered. But apparently, now that I am streaming, it is time for the sun to burn out my retina. Ah, all right. Sorry about that. Okay, so I suppose we should just kind of like take an assessment of this design, see if we like the direction. So what I'm thinking is essentially the kind of like theme of kind of the area, I'll try not to go too detailed, is that you end up going beyond the Paragons into this kind of almost like heavenly vault city type place where it's just kind of like at the edge of the atmosphere kind of altitude. So one of the design kind of elements that I'm working with is kind of having this like twilight sky with kind of like thin clouds kind of on the horizon. It's very, very fun to kind of like have that aesthetic. But then it's like within this kind of like almost super opulent cloud city kind of place. And so the Sky Palace is, where kind of like these powerful mice have kind of hidden away their greatest, most powerful secrets and such. And so a lot of the characters that will belong to this area are going to be very valuable. And so, I want to kind of capture this, fascinating character that's really interesting to look at, but also looks really kind of like amazing at their craft. Like they're like a master crafter of these kind of charms, let's say. I don't know specifically how we want the theming and narrative to go, but you know what? I already sketched it, and I like it a lot, actually. So I suppose that's where we're going. But yeah, so the idea that I have going right now is they have like all kinds of interesting tools, and they almost like have like this walking workshop on themselves. That's just like how kind of like good at building these devices they are, and kind of like restoring or kind of inventing or whatever we want the end theme to be. So they have kind of like this pack on their back, which is kind of like full of all kinds of kind of like components that they would use to generate these or store completed ones. And then I kind of imagine that this like tong and torch tool, they can kind of like just kind of dip it back into their bag and like clamp the like specific elements that they needed at the time, and they're like so just natural at grabbing exactly what they want. So there could be like these like nuggets of just like raw power and charm essence and all kinds of stuff that they can just kind of like get at. And then of course they have like other kind of little artisan tools, and then this kind of like little workbench I thought was just kind of fun that they have it like counterbalanced with this backpack thing, and they're just kind of like walking around just kind of like fiddling and crafting these things. So I don't know, we could add more gizmos and fun stuff if we want, but yeah, I think that it's a relatively balanced character. I might I don't know, I'm wondering like should it have kind of like some kind of like stabilizing leg that it can kind of flip out or something like that for the bench, so it looks a little more kind of sturdy if they wanted to like hammer on things, or I don't know, there's something about it just like being kind of like just balanced on this character, and like this massive looking backpack kind of like stabilizing this thing is neat to me. Maybe I can kind of show that they're connected more so in a way, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and maybe it's like some kind of extra dimensional bag or something like that. So there's just like an insane smorgasbord of components that they can gather. But yeah. Gizmos. It's Plankren hiding behind the Sky Palace vault, awaiting our arrival and his rescue. No, not in the Sky Palace. At least not that I believe at the time. I believe Plankren is more trapped within the rift itself, whereas the Sky Palace is still kind of within the material plane, if you will. Yeah, I suppose time will have to tell. Will there be new types of traps? Not for this expansion, no. I imagine there's always a possibility of new types of traps for future stuff. And I'm not sure if you mean like power types or just new traps, kind of like in general. Obviously, new traps is a thing, but not for this expansion, because part of the kind of design behind the Sky Palace is to kind of reinforce and just kind of like make the churn of the floating islands a little more kind of like manageable. So I don't believe that there's really much of a need to kind of like put in even more stuff to kind of like grind towards. Um, so yeah, I think we're probably not adding any new traps for this one. There is a possibility that we could though. So that's not off the table. But then, yeah, like new power types, not now, but I could see us doing new power types in the future for sure. I have ideas. I always have ideas for more. But it is kind of one of those things where when you introduce a new power type, you need to kind of like come at that with the very long-term kind of plan behind it, where you need to, you can't just introduce a power type for one area um, or event like the paternal power type, and just not regret that. You need to kind of like plan that it could end up being around for the rest of the eternity. Um, like even the forgotten power type hasn't been forgotten yet. It's still there. But yeah, like I can imagine there are power types eventually we might retire, but I don't know. I kind of like them always being able to return, and so therefore adding any new power types is kind of like you just need to be aware of what that can do in the long term. But yeah, new ranks. I don't know about that one. I think that that's not my domain anyways in terms of kind of like when that would be needed. It certainly takes some time to get to the final rank, so I wouldn't be too worried personally, but I imagine that that's something that the other devs are aware of. So kind of looking at this, I haven't actually looked at this for a few days, and one of the things I'm thinking is the hand sizes feel rather inconsistent. This one's like quite nice and meaty and big. This one feels significantly smaller by comparison. So I'm probably going to have to, yeah, I'm going to have to scale this one up because I like the size of this hand over here. I want this one to feel proportional to that. So I'm just going to, actually I can move this over here. Try and kind of match that to be close enough that it's like, okay, yeah, that looks appropriate. And it's like technically this one I'm editing is closer to us, so there might be a little bit of foreshortening, but I don't imagine it would be all too drastic, to be honest. So the challenge, of course, is making sure that it still fits where I want it to, but I think we're okay for that. I might pull this elbow back a little bit because I kind of like it being off to the side of the face. So I'm going to try rotating this shoulder just a smidge. Now the editing tool for like moving selections and stuff is not quite as good as Photoshop's, so I'm still getting used to it, but it's not terrible. So if I just kind of roll that to the side a little bit, that should be okay. And now I just need to clean up this a little bit there, show more of that bicep, and let's bring this back. See if that did it. Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with that. Someone mentioned putting a glove on the hand, and actually I think that's a wise idea. I feel like handling these volatile devices would be a little foolhardy, so even the most experienced artisan would probably wear appropriate protective equipment. as they should. So I will do just that. I kind of like, you know, whatever this bangle is, but I think that we could actually just transform that into some kind of ornate glove, which, you know, being this kind of like master craft artisan, it would make sense that, yeah, sure, why not have like these opulent kind of tools and like, you know, especially like the gloves that are used to manipulate these tiny, strange devices. It would make sense that, yeah, maybe they have like some kind of cool specialized glove for handling them. So that's what I will try to do with the hand here. And then if the hand is slightly bigger than this one, because it's gloved, it seems appropriate that it should be. So I like the kind of like the fold of the elbow being nice and visible here. Oh, it's going to do its autosave real quick. There we go. I want to try and show that that's a glove, relatively obviously. I don't think it'll be very hard to show that once I actually get the rendering going. When I'm doing the kind of painting and coloring of this, we'll be able to kind of like show, oh, this is a completely different material from the usual hand, which, you know, is all it should need to show that. So I'll have this kind of banding on the back of the palm, maybe. I don't know, maybe it should like go between the fingers, but then it's getting a little bit noisy. I don't want it to get too distracting. I kind of want to try and keep it somewhat simple. Maybe there's like a seam on the sides of the fingers, because that's often how gloves are constructed, is you have like the inside and outside facing of the fingers. Kind of like the wrinkling of the gloves, and they look pretty heavy and do like, you know, they can take some kind of, you know, intense magical energy, nice and thick. If the charm would normally burn their hand, you know, it's no issue with these gloves. The other finger in there too. All right. Yeah. That seems like it fits a little better now. This mouse looks like he's about ready to throw its wrench and punch someone in the face. Heck yeah. Okay. Oh, having like a Hellboy hand. That'd be neat. Just like the ridiculous oversized hammer hand. Yeah. What is the name of this character? I don't know actually. I don't often name the characters. I kind of know what their theme is, and that's kind of like where they sit in my mind. And then I'll like save the file name, and then anytime I need to like pull it up for marketing or editing it, I have to like, you know, try and figure out what it's actually called versus, you know, what it's actually called. So that can be fun sometimes. But I also, you know, organize my files slightly better nowadays, so, you know, I can just go to the folder that's relevant to the area or the release or whatnot, and it will be there. Doesn't always work that way. I used to just have all mice in one giant folder, all items in one giant folder, and when you end up creating thousands of characters and items, I don't recommend that method. Yeah, yeah, it does remind me of an old tactical mouse that was scrapped. Actually, I wonder if I have that sketch. I think I do. I didn't even intend to kind of like do that, but I think that, yeah, that is definitely, there's some carryover from that, which is cool because I liked that design. I just never ended up needing it. Concepts. Oh, not that one. So it's, aha, there we go. Let's try opening this. Because I like this. So this was back when we were first kind of doing concepts for the floating islands. You can clearly see 3 of those characters are probably quite familiar. But yeah, we had this character in the top right that was going to be a tactical character, and we never ended up kind of using that. But I thought they were really fun. I did end up kind of like using this idea for a Great Winter Hunt character, or this was maybe inspired by a Great Winter Hunt character. I can't remember what order they were done in. But yeah, there's the blueprints. I think the Great Winter Hunt would have had to have been from much earlier, actually. Yeah, pretty sure. I don't know. Time is a weird thing these days. But yeah, so there are some kind of like artisan crafting tactical things, um, you know. So I quite enjoyed that. And so they actually are kind of looking very similar in a lot of ways, but this one has the workshop kind of just strapped to them as they're going around building things and using their tinkered devices. So that's fun. But yeah, maybe we can like consider stealing some stuff, or I don't know. I do want to use this character at some point somehow, so I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I'll find a way. Hmm. Oh yeah, I didn't post the new Granite Mouse and Deathbot. I should probably do that, or rather finish those. They're like 80% done, and I'm not like when we wrapped up the stream. I was like, I'm not happy enough with it yet, so I'm not going to post it. And yeah, uh, and you know, I also need to upload those to the game at some point too. So I should finish those. And I get like now that we're like actually on a mission for like, okay, we know what we're doing, we have our tasks. It's kind of like harder to have that time to work on those redraws and stuff. So I probably should have prioritized trying to finish those before this state, but you know, I'll find a time. I can always manage to find a little bit of time to you know, hit those quality of life things. So otherwise, if you don't make the time, you'll never just have it. So just keep on me with that, and I'll do it eventually. It's like, what if one of these is that little hover? Maybe it has like little drone charms that it's created. This is one of those kind of quick ideas that I had just now, but it's entirely likely that it'll just get scrapped. But I don't know. I kind of like thought of this whole idea of like, well, if it's this like artificer character, it creates these little kind of like contraptions. Perhaps it isn't like charms specifically, but like it's taking charms that exist and like turning them into its own things, its own little creations. So it like maybe like made like a charm with legs. Like if I had to give it a name, I would maybe like call it an artificer mouse or something like that. It's imbuing these contraptions with magic and wonder. Who knows? I don't know. That's the fun thing about kind of like this process is don't always have to be 100% kind of like locked in on all the details, and we can kind of discover some ridiculous fun things when we you know, work and toil away at the designs. And try not to be too constrained, because like this whole idea, I don't think that it's necessarily one we're gonna keep, but I thought it was just an amusing one, so I figured, hey, let's explore what that could look like. And yeah, maybe that like informs who this character is significantly. So that could be fun. I like the idea that they're like not necessarily just kind of like, oh yeah, they just drop charms or something like that, or they are a character that creates them or something. Maybe they like are charm adjacent, but they have their own little unique spin on them, which is fun. So I kind of like that. The Easter event, I believe, is 4 weeks in total. The news post, I think, says when it's gonna come to a close. Yeah, the Snow Golem Architect is the mouse that I was thinking of. Otherwise, but Charlie, don't step on the keyboards, please. Okay, no, you're off the desk now. There you go. She has a habit of like getting onto my desk and then just kind of flopping down on the keyboard and hitting all the bad buttons. So maybe the character treats its inventions as his babies. A little crazed inventor type. Yeah, actually that could be fun. If they just kind of are hanging out. I like it. And then yeah, like if these don't, if let's say we don't know what the charms are. Well, I currently don't know what charms this character would drop, but I know that that's kind of like the concept of the character is, you know, it's an interesting one to kind of like track down and capture, and when you do, you get kind of like something to do with charms. But what charms those are and how those drops would work aren't kind of like known to me. We still need to do the balancing on that. And kind of determine how that will kind of like, how rewarding we can make that to you know, be where it needs to be. So I like this idea of being not specifically any known charm, but more so like they're clearly very handy with these kind of little you know, components, and therefore it makes sense that, you know, when you catch them, they would have, you know, a whole slew of whatever charms, or maybe components to craft charms, or who knows what, right? Like that could be fun if you know that's what people would want. Maybe yeah, maybe you get like parts or something, and then you can craft specific ones. Who knows? But I think that's neat. All right. I think that I'm actually pretty content with the sketch itself. So one of the other things about the design here is, and it's probably going to feel a little Rift-like, but it's not. But the atmosphere is kind of going to play a bit of a role in the characters found here. So because these are like very special encounters, I want them to kind of like, you know, have a really nice potent presence. So I wanted to kind of like have this atmosphere really kind of like shine through and be super interesting. And so we're gonna have kind of like the palace clouds because again it's the Imperium Palace, and so it's very regal and opulent and magical feeling and just super super cool looking. So we want to like show off this atmosphere and make the mice even more awesome because they are kind of like some special characters to get. So there's gonna be clouds, but they're not gonna be rift clouds where it's like that solid kind of like swirl. They're gonna be much kind of softer, more atmospheric. But one of the things that it will have is a kind of like backdrop color. Let's see if I can grab that real quick. So what I can do is create a new layer behind that. So this is the sketch layer up here. And then this will be my mouse fill. And this will be kind of the base backdrop. So what I think I'll do first is just block in the silhouette of the mouse. So I'm just going to switch to my accent brush, which is a fully opaque brush. I'm going to knock the actual sketch down to about 30%. And I'm just going to grab any old color. It doesn't actually matter. You've seen me do this every single illustration I've done. This is my process. So I just will fill in the silhouette of the character. And this does a few things for kind of like how I like to work, where basically it creates an object to kind of like render within where I can not have to worry about drawing outside the lines because it's all contained within the silhouette. And it also lets me kind of like verify if my silhouette reads or not. So also useful to do. Yeah, like I'm a little bit worried that the silhouette won't be very strong because this kind of like satchel will obscure kind of this hunched form. But what I'm imagining is, like its head in front of the satchel, maybe there's like this magical glow coming from the bag, kind of silhouetting the ears and the hair. So I think that when I kind of like render each of the different elements, they'll still kind of read well against each other. I should probably use my smooth accent brush to kind of like get some nice clean lines. Have the hair come to, well, actually I'm going for more of a softer character, so I don't want like super harsh angles on things. I want to kind of like create a softer character here. So instead of having the hair come to sharp points, like I do right now, I'm going to soften that. But still kind of try and balance the shapes of it. There we go. So it's a slightly gentler kind of design there. So what I'm wondering, and I often have this conundrum, and I never really answer it very well, where I sometimes choose to just silhouette the whole thing as one object, and then regret not doing it as separate layers because it's like, oh, well, now when I go to render this, I have to like kind of, be careful about, doing the clothing separate from the arms or something like that. Or I block it in with separate layers, and then I'm like, oh, I wish I just made it all one layer because that's just faster for me. So it feels like every time I make a decision on should I just do this all as one silhouette or separate it into different layers, I always feel like I should have chosen the other option. So for this, I am going to try silhouetting it as separate objects. Because, I don't know, there's enough complexity with this design that I actually do believe the correct choice, not the one that I would necessarily prefer to choose, but the correct one will be to do separate layers for different parts, because there's a lot of overlap and they don't blend into each other. So like the head on top of the shirt specifically is definitely going to want to be on a different layer. That'll just make working with that easier. And then the arm, this would make sense to actually be in the same layer, because I actually want this to be above the shirt, just so that that works. And then I'll have a layer on top of this to be the gloves and goggles and probably the straps and this kind of like workbench thing. Does that make sense? I do want to limit like to as few as I need, but yeah, that works for me. Now, I think I'm probably going to change this base color. It's very pasty and pale, and not that this color matters, but kind of not feeling this, like, I don't know, Simpsons skin tone. So let's see. Can I maybe go more brown and darker? Now, the challenge with going dark on this part of the illustration is making sure it's legible versus the sketch. Oops, I didn't mean to rotate that. Because of this phase, I'm trying to kind of like create that line work, and now like when I turn off the sketch, I can't even see what I'm looking at. But if I turn off that backdrop, now suddenly I can actually see what's going on. So that works. I can deal with that. Yeah, it's just when doing the silhouette, you need that contrast. And so that's why it's often useful to not even go with the color you want. So this arm here is going to be behind the shirt, because that'll actually just make it the easiest to make everything kind of line up clean and have the least amount of overpainting in awkward ways anyways. So I think I'll do the toes, the tail, and this arm on the same layer then. That's not too bad. So cut that, paste it to a different layer, so this one's going to be behind. I'll use a slightly different color just so that I know it's a separate layer. And just filling in the toes here. Can overpaint up here because I'm going to have the shirt and pants cover over that, right? So it's easier if I actually just paint too far behind things. By the way, sorry I'm not looking at the chat. As soon as I'm done this kind of tail, I'll take a look, catch up on the chat. I'm very bad at keeping up with it at times, especially when I'm kind of like, I know what I'm going for. All right. Plus I want to try and get the the silhouette blocked in before lunch, which actually I think we're well on the way, because I didn't actually have to fiddle with a sketch for hours. There is a possibility, not a super strong one, but there is a possibility I'll actually be able to render this one today. I sometimes have my hopes a little high, though. I know that these mice specifically can be a little bit more on the intensive side in terms of kind of level of detail and time that it takes to generate that detail. But I feel like it's totally worth it. I certainly enjoy working on these characters to the level we do, so there we go. All right. So, what have I missed? Plenty. Yeah, I also like the little two-legged gizmo. It's cute. Just the way that it would have to walk, it's like super awkward. Makes me think of the runny egg, Sheldon. Right. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, the little suit from is it Totoro that had it? I know that Spirited Away had those little like soot creatures, but I feel like Studio Ghibli probably had that in quite a few of the different films they've done. At least I think I remember it in a few different ones, or characters similar anyways. Like Princess Mononoke had those cute little kind of spirits and such too. Type of mouse group will this mouse be under? That's a good question. I actually don't know what group this mouse will belong to. I could imagine that we might end up making kind of like a Sky Palace group, where there's kind of like a handful of these specialty characters that we're working on. So I can imagine maybe it'll go there, but I don't know. Yeah, I can't say that I'm surprised about those characters being kind of in multiple films, because they're adorable. Why wouldn't you? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to block in the as much of the silhouette as I can manage, and then I'm going to block in the backdrop. And I think that will probably take us to lunch. We'll see, though. I might be able to get that done before. But then after that, it'll just be like rendering and having fun with rendering, because that's always a good time. Should be fun. All right, so I'm going to do the shirt layer, or the kind of like clothing. So what I could do is I could do multiple layers for these, but I think that it's not too complex to do that. So I guess we'll just choose a color and just see where that goes. So like, I think the clothing will be fine if we just kind of put it all on one layer. But then the workstation thing, the glove, those will be on a separate layer. The backpack will be on the layer behind everything. And then this, I think, would be on the same layer as the workbench. I think that should be pretty much all of the layers needed for the mouse character. I'm not sure what these little gizmos would be on, but it shouldn't matter. There's not really any overlap happening there. just going to block in everywhere. Yeah, and I'm not sure what colors I'm going to go with, but we'll just use this flat color for all the clothing for now. Okay, and then this should be on top. Yep, good. Look at that, planning the layers, they're working. All right. And that should be it. Finish blocking that in. Cool. I feel like these little tools and stuff I'll put on a layer above, because they'll be easier to work on if they're a separate layer. I'll do it with the glove layer, I think. That would make sense. And so the backpack is going to be on a layer behind. These straps will be above. Okay, so I'll just do this one strap on the same layer then. Just so that's a little bit easier for me. All right, and then so we'll want the glove to be above all of these now. This is going to be the little workstation layer here. So let's see, okay, so this color isn't obviously the final color, it just is something to stand out. I'm almost wondering if there should be, yeah, I might do an extra layer now. That might be best actually. So if I do this, will just make editing this a little bit easier. Okay, so I'll have the glove and do one more. For the actual workbench. And this charm. I think that'll make sense. Oop. Auto saving. All right. Sweet. I think this will look neat. It can be kind of hard to tell what it's gonna look like in the end, but I think with the kind of like the ornate toolbox looking thing with like gilding and just kind of, it'll probably be like a nice, you know, warm hardwood looking kind of thing, nice kind of deep red or something like that, mahogany, who knows. I think that'll look quite nice. Should turn off the sketch for a second to see if I'm missing any spots. Okay. And I might as well just use this layer for it, the straps. Now what's interesting is this should actually go behind the mouse, okay. But then that charm doesn't work. So I could take the charm portion and bring it back. Which is fine. Do I dare make yet another layer? Copy that, paste, change it to totally different color again. And then grab this. Get rid of that. Select. Bring this above the mouse. Turn those back on. There we go. Okay. Colors are crazy. Ignore them. Right. So the gloved hand, I think I'll do the goggles on that layer and the earrings. Or I could do the hair, which kind of goes above the goggles, actually. That might be interesting. Actually, I think I'll be fine doing the hair on the mouse layer. Yeah. Let's stick to that. Cool. Okay. This would make sense to put it on this layer instead. I'll do that and erase that. Sorry, I'm just rambling to myself most of the time now. So this is why I'm kind of like hesitant to use multiple layers, but I think there's enough complexity to the design that it actually will make my life easier by putting in this extra effort to break things into different layers. Okay. Okay, so the goggles I did want to do. Forgive me. I should just start with nice big oval. And I got a lot of layers, why not utilize them? There we go. Sure. All right, so now we have the tail, the arm, and do the backpack. And then I think that's pretty much all of the main kind of parts for the mouse anyways. Alright. Oh yeah, I need to do the tools. And I am, because I'm working in Clip Studio, I am doing the time-lapse recording. Probably double check. Yeah, looks like it's going. One of the characters I was working on before this one, I was like super stoked about the time-lapse for it because I really loved how the character had turned out. And I was just like, oh, it's going to be such a cool time-lapse. I'm so excited to watch it. And then it turns out it was not actually set to record, so I did not capture it, which is the worst. Because I thought that I had kind of like set up the base file to automatically, like as a template essentially, do a time-lapse recording, but apparently I did not. So that's very sad. This is just the hair peeking out in front. Probably be easier to do the hair as a separate layer on top of this, but too late now. I don't actually have the time lapses uploaded for anything these days. I used to kind of try and produce them, but it was a lot of work before. But now I have a new process. I just haven't actually created any. But this character, now that we have a permanent mouse that's coming out, and I know that I am recording it start to finish, which is important. That will allow us to actually make a proper time-lapse out of this. So this might be one of the first ones. We shall see. Alright, so I think I'll just do the tools using this layer. Got like little gauge tool here. Have like a engineer's pencil there, some kind of calipers right here. Who knows what all these fun tools are? Mysterious ticking noise. That would probably be Alex typing on their keyboard. Alex has powerful fingers. camera thing. And this would probably be on this layer is fine, yeah. We'll use our smooth accent brush. More constant ticking noise, huh? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to like play back the video and see if I can figure it out. Yeah, so we are at 12 o'clock now. Means we still have an hour before lunch, so doing fine. Sounds like a broken fan or something. That's so weird. I don't know what that is, because at least, unless I've just completely tuned it out, I do not hear anything on my end. So it might be something up with my webcam. It is a pretty old, bad webcam, so I'll definitely try and figure that out, though, because this clearly has been going on for a while now. Doing some overpainting to try and get nice crisp edges. Let's see how that looks without the sketch. Yeah, nice and mechanical. That part be cut out, because that's more interesting for the silhouette. Wow, yeah. Cool. Alright, and then I'll have the fingers coming out over top here, so this is the thumb. And the index finger. And the middle finger just squeezing down. And then even the pinky is just pressing into the outer side of that. So hopefully the thickness of these aren't too inconsistent. I feel like they're not as good as I thought. So I'm like, the smoothing will make these real clean and even, but they're kind of wobbly still. For a master crafts mouse, I would imagine we'll probably want these to be very pristine and accurate. So let's use the line tool. Let's see, yes. Okay. Probably need to go all the way there. And I have to re-erase those fingers. here. Yeah, because they're like not actually very straight. And I think just for this, having like super straight lines is actually very good. Oftentimes I actually have very inaccurate lines, interestingly enough. It's kind of part of an aesthetic for MouseHunt in a way, that there is actually like relatively wobbly line work. So I want this outer kind of rod to be thinner than this kind of main one here. So I'm going to bulk this up just a little bit more. And I think that's enough of a difference for it to be noticeable. I don't want it to be too subtle, the difference, because then it just looks like a mistake, but I think that that's enough that it looks intentional. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright, spent a little while on that, but I think that works. The wrench torch will be a super cool collectible. That could be an interesting idea. I like collectibles, but I always want there to be like a nice purpose behind it that is meaningful. So like, let's say this mouse, it's kind of like, you know, unlocking its silhouette is part of that purpose and journey, and the interesting kind of like element of that challenge. Because it's not necessarily easy to do. So then, is that enough reward in itself, or would having a collectible on top of it add to that? If I were to use a collectible for this, I would make it relatively rare and not significant gameplay-wise. So like it wouldn't do anything for your, you know, mechanics. And in that case, it's more of just kind of like a nice rare thing to collect. And so that could be okay, just as a collectible item. Kind of like, what was, let's see, I think the Relic Hunter has, it's kind of like the Jade Amulet or something like that. And then there's like, there's a few collectibles that are like rare things, but they don't do anything aside from just being a collectible item. We haven't done any of those in quite a while, actually. More notes, yeah, I agree. I think that if there is going to be kind of like more of that kind of like rare and non-gameplay related like drops, doing more like plank run journals and lore kind of interesting stuff like that would probably service the game a little bit better. And it's been a long time as well since I've done any of those, so I really should try and get more of those in there because they're cool. And I've actually been planning like a D&D game for my friends, and so I've been doing a lot more writing and stuff like that. I'm just kind of trying to figure out such storytelling. So plank run journals are always a good practice and experiment, and I wouldn't say practice actually. I think they're kind of like a payoff, but hard to hit all the right notes with it. It's something I don't have as much experience with, but should get better at. I might as well make this little drone. Might as well make these on the same layer. That one's fine on that layer. I'll deal with that later. Now, this one's quite a bit different in terms of scale. These I could imagine are just further back, but then again, it's like, okay, this one's pretty big compared to these ones, so maybe I do actually want them to be closer to this size, and then I'll scale this one down a little bit. Which feels more in line with the other ones. And like that's one of the things is, again, MouseHunt, we don't have any consistency with the proportions of things. That's just how it is. So, you know, how big is this mouse versus how big are the charms? We don't know. There isn't really a clear way to figure that out. Although, you know, I'm sure if, you know, someone were interested enough in doing like game theory on it, they could actually come up with the real stats for it based off of various, you know, descriptions from event characters and all kinds of stuff that are scattered throughout. Someone could definitely make a claim of some kind to like, charms are exactly this kind of dimension versus this, and did you realize how gigantic some of these mice are? Oh my gosh. I mean, to be fair, some of them are ridiculously massive, intentionally. Yeah. It's a lot of inconsistencies or odd kind of designs. It's kind of fun though. Alright, so just gonna get this kind of banding on the tail here real quick. Why not? And then I think I'll actually do the backdrop. And I think I'll actually render it, because it's going to inform a lot of the actual character rendering in terms of like light quality and such. So it'll actually be easier. I need to hit open. It'll actually be easier if I render the backdrop, at least enough to kind of like have a good atmosphere to it before I actually start rendering the character. So let's take a quick look at just this silhouette. So here we go. We have the sketch for the character turned off. We have the backdrop cut out just so that it's a little easier to see what's going on, because it kind of blends a bit too much here. But I'm actually not too upset with this. You know, I think that there is kind of like a clear read with this arm and the head, as long as I have the kind of like upper shoulders cut out from the bag here. This arm and torch tool are quite clear. And then I'll have to have this gloved hand in front of the face read quite well, comparatively. The legs and stuff, I think that that's definitely gonna like not read as clearly. So maybe I should fiddle around with that a bit. I think when I have the kind of the apron separate from the clothing, that will probably help with that. Yeah, not terrible. Let's do a little flipperoo. So there's kind of like a lot of that energy, but then the face kind of grounds it a bit. So maybe if we put like a focal point here and then have the clouds kind of bring your attention back up here, and then the tail kind of leads you back in. That might be a good kind of compositional thing. So one way to kind of like make that focal happen is if I Where are you, little dude? There you are. If I flip this one, is there just like a quick flip? I'm sure there is, but now I don't know where it is. Let's see. I feel like one of these options should be to flip it. Flip my selection, please. That's just the whole image. Transform. Flip horizontal. I didn't see a hotkey for it. Oh, here we go. That's easier. Okay. So if it's walking towards, maybe, no, I don't know, I kind of liked it walking ahead, but this kind of works. Nah, I like it walking away, it's cuter. Don't know why, but it is. Yeah, no, there's good examples of terrible consistency in the universe. Take, for example, the Menace of the Rift wears a gauntlet that it fits on a human hand, meaning it has to be a human size, yet it averages around 2 pounds and 8 ounces. What if the humans of Narnia are mouse-sized? Who knows? Yeah, no, the whole like weight kind of system, like the stats, we like really have not done anything with those since it was implemented. That was more of a mechanical tool way back when each mouse was actually a unique identity, and like when you would fail to catch, it would eat the cheese and gain more weight, and therefore, you know, like they started as like a half-ounce creature and could get up to a few pounds. And so like there was kind of this neat thing where it's like, whoa, if you caught like a mouse that was like a really heavy weight, it meant that it had stolen from so many other hunters, and that was kind of a neat idea, but like it couldn't propagate properly with the rest of the system and the scale of it. It just bogged down and got really bloated and slowed the game down. So obviously we had to axe that whole system, which really didn't work as effectively as it seemed as cool, you know? Like it sounds like a great idea, but it's bad. So it's really inefficient. And then, so like that idea of like the weight stat just kind of always was in the system. And I think whenever we plugged in mice, we didn't really kind of pay attention to it. So I think a lot of characters have slipped by without ever touching that value. And so it's kind of, you know, if you actually stop to think about it, it's like, no, that could be like a 50-pound mouse. But I don't know, we never really bothered to kind of like add that detail apparently. It was never in my wheelhouse when it comes to plugging in the stats and descriptions and names and stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, I think that for the most part, we just almost, it doesn't exist, I guess. It's overlooked potentially, but yeah. So there is a lot of inconsistency with weights. Oh no, I totally get the torch being like really inconvenient at that length, because like they got short stubby hands, arms, and then so like I think that they would have to like increase the choke, like the hold. They'd like move their hand up and kind of like maneuver it around. But I just wanted to show that little jet of flame. What I was imagining right here, the way it's holding it right now, is it like just plucked something out of the satchel. And it's just like, it's working so fast, it's just like, why even bother turning off the torch? I just leave it going at all times, even when stuffing it into the bag. I don't know, that's just kind of how I'm imagining it. But no, I agree, like, where that torch is would be, like, really inconvenient. Like, maybe I could move this actual torch head down to midpoint and turn that into, like, a hammer or something like that. So it's like, I don't know, a hammer all the way out here would also be kind of, you know, useless. So maybe just moving the torch nozzle here. It'd look weird, but it could be neat. Yeah, that might work. So then it's just like grabbing stuff out of the pack and then just kind of blasting it. Curious. I just thought that looked cool. But yeah, I agree. It's a not very useful placement for it, where it's being held at least. Yeah, it's also MouseHunt, so it doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, everything's very, very loosely whimsical, I suppose. All right, so I'm gonna put all of this into a group. This will be background, so that I can just go bop. Now it's transparent, bop, and it's back. But what I will do is grab this color here, and now that I have stuff blocked in, I can just do this. What's going on? Through normal, normal. Okay. All right. This is gonna. Get a little purple in here. A little bit much. That's a bit better. Kind of like that purple hue at the outer edge. Yeah, it's kind of neat. All right, I like that. I probably should have put that on a layer above the very base backdrop, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. All right, now. Why is the opacity way down? I'm wondering why I couldn't, like, get that brush to do anything. Figured it out. Hey, y'all, it's space. We're getting up there. It's taken many years, but we're getting up there. That's fine. You can just hang out to take a look at the art. I'm cool with that. Alright, so I think, let's see, I have some cool cloud brushes that would probably be good for this. I think I'm going to go a little more hazy pink. So this is a stars. I want to lose that. We'll do a new layer here now. And we're going to try using this kind of these. No. With that. And it's okay. I think Cloudman is probably an ideal brush for this. Oh, right, it's particle size. Yeah, okay. Still getting used to how Clip Studio works with things, so what is it? Density. If I increase that, it'll spray thicker. So this is going behind the mouse here. And don't like that I accidentally keep it rotating. There we go. What? A gateway to space? Who would do such a thing? Weird ideas. Ridiculous, I say. Ridiculous. So I want to get that kind of like really soft, feathered edge for some of these kind of clouds. And we're going to like kind of get some nice warmth in them too. Knock this back a bit. So I think I'll pull that in. Turn off the sketch for the actual clouds. I don't need that. I think I'll do a foreground kind of layer as well, so I don't need to bother with these clouds up here. Those can be dealt with in the foreground. I'm just going to focus on kind of like the atmosphere right here where the mouse is. Okay, and I want more of that kind of like the haze of the like horizon, essentially, to kind of be peeking out. So I'm going to pull these clouds a bit further apart to kind of leave that room, because I really like that kind of blue. Excuse me. I just want to horizontally compress this. Do that. These. Okay, I'm still not used to the controls for transform. Clearly. Sure. Okay, I should probably save this. It's been a while. heart of the meter is a pretty cool mouse. Okay. Yeah. All right, so now I think what I will do is probably bring more of this pink into the floor itself. And maybe not too much. I kind of want that blue to still work there. Let's see. I'm just going to ramble at myself for a while, if you don't mind. What if kind of like create more of a sharp horizon? Nah, I don't think I like that. Okay, well, this one might be a good brush for it. Yeah. So there's kind of this golden light inside of the clouds. Something feels off with this brush. Where are you? Spray is normal, gap. Is it blend brush with darken? No. Unless. No. Okay, that feels like there's a little more control now. Yeah. Okay. So that's fine. So the density affected by pen pressure, I think, is what I want. Wish I could kind of create the min and max value for this, though. So if this is higher, does that just mean that my range is bigger? Yeah, it does. Okay. Ah. Actually, that's pretty good. Makes it more sensitive then. Just by gap. No, it creates that weird overlap. Sorry, I'm like fiddling with brushes on stream. Probably a bad idea. Okay. but that is feeling more how I want it to feel. Okay. Should probably have this. Well, actually, crank that up. How does it affect it? That's pretty okay. Now it's not acting weird, whereas it was before. Sorry, I hope this isn't the worst. Probably is, though. No, that's completely different. Just trying to figure out... Oh wait, turn that off. Weird. Okay. I think that's better. Maybe? I don't know. It's very sensitive. Turn that up again. And then adjust by gap. Yeah. It's hard to tell. Okay. Well, let's just say that this is what we want, I guess. Alright, cool. It is what it is now. I can always adjust it later, but now that I've done that, I'm suddenly wanting to switch to a different brush anyways. Let's try this one. No. Alright, let's go back to this. So now it's got a little bit more finesse. It was kind of not giving me the control I was used to with it. Now it's not. I don't know. I messed up the brush. I'll figure it out. Oh, and I'm on the like cloud layer this whole time. I should probably be on a separate layer to do the lighting on these clouds, just so that I can kind of cut into it and back and forth. Sorry, I'm just like not doing anything useful right now. All I wanted to do was put some pretty golden light into those clouds. Nothing crazy. But now I can, because I put it onto a separate layer, I can erase into it and kind of like control this glow in a more interesting way. Yeah, that's way too sensitive now. I messed up my brush. What have I done? I shouldn't have fiddled. Yeah, it's like weirdly sensitive now. See if I can fix that real quick. So brush density, no, I think this might be better. Maybe 2. How dare I experiment with my artwork? Making mistakes, getting messy. It's almost like this is an art attack. was it Miss Frizzle that was always suggesting to make mistakes, get messy? I think it was Miss Frizzle. Yeah, so kind of this quality. There we go. Kind of this quality. Actually, I probably should save the tweaking I did to this brush. Switching it to the smaller gap. Actually, maybe the blend with brush is what's making it feel a bit more off right now. Ooh, I think maybe if I adjust that curve. Yeah. Okay, so it makes it a little bit softer on, or a little more sensitive. Yeah. I think that I want it to be on this end. Ooh, not that. Just kind of gives it a little bit more finesse. Well, maybe actually overall jumps so much though, so maybe not that. Nope. Sorry. This is the most interesting, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the curves for my brushes. Fascinating. That's actually not terrible. I'm wrong, it's terrible. Okay, well, that's not the worst. Okay, we're coming up on lunch, so I can fiddle with brushes over the lunch break, perhaps. Alright, but yeah, I think this is kind of like getting the atmosphere quality. I think the ground I might kind of make a little more that kind of golden. Because like this super regal, valuable, just place in the sky. So that's interesting. Standing on golden clouds. I don't know, something like that, maybe. Maybe. Kind of like, about it, but I think it's kind of neat. probably push and pull the background after I've kind of rendered the mouse a bit more. I think this is enough for me to kind of like know essentially what kind of lighting to use for this character. So I think I'll do like a warm underlight and kind of like a cool atmosphere of like just the purple and blue sky or lack of bounce light from above. And I think that could look really neat, especially if it has like this glowing satchel of magical creations. So I think that's pretty neat. I think I can just kind of quickly hit the mouse with a bit of shading, and that'll kind of like take us to lunch. So we got 8 minutes. Ooh, how indeed is it safe for a hunter to breathe in the rift? Well, they're not in the rift here. Interestingly enough, maybe the veil is thin up here. But they are certainly in a high atmosphere where the air is definitely going to be thinner, so they probably have some kind of specialized equipment. Whereas these mice, they're just, this is their home. They've adapted long, long ago. This is layer. Oh, it's the sketch, right? I want that to be gone. Removed completely. Deleted. I'm going to turn the sketch down even more. And let's see. So I'm going to preserve transparency on all of these. And so gloves and goggles. We could start with these. Why not? The gloves I'm going to go with kind of like a warm leather for now. That's not a warm leather. That's a really... Actually, you know what I should probably do is look at it as a value piece to start. So if I create a new layer that is a correction layer and hue and saturation, turn the saturation all the way down, and then set this to a color layer, that kind of vaguely gives us a grayscale version of the image. And now, if I make a new layer for each of these and set that as a clipping mask, I'll do one for each, just to see if I can get this to work how I want it. It's a little bit of an experimental process, but that's just how I do streams, apparently. So these are all clipping masks to those layers. And now for each of these, I am going to, need to click that part of it. I'm going to set these to a luminosity or brightness layer. So now when I paint on these specific clipping mask layers, they're only going to be painting directly over top of the layer they're clipped to, and I'm going to be painting just the light and dark of it. The color information is going to be consistent, taken from the layer below it. So this could be an interesting method. So first layer is the gloves and goggles, and I think that I want the glove to like really pop. So I'm going to have this be quite dark compared to everything around it, because it's kind of the focal point of the character, so it makes sense that we would use it as our own focal point. So like the torch is going to be, you know, against that dark backdrop. The glowing satchel is going to be against the dark backdrop, so there's going to be pretty high contrast. So I'm kind of wanting to look at this as just kind of a value kind of composition right now. How do we want to direct the eye? So we could kind of like have like the rim of the goggles to kind of have an outline to make them even punchier. We could have the goggles like even brighter. but maybe like the rims of them fall back a bit. And then this one has like the leather kind of strap here for the goggles. It would make sense to go quite dark for that, similar to the glove. You can imagine those would be similar materials. And then what about the face? Let's see, we could... I think I like the lighter hair. I don't think I'll go too dark for the face. And also I'm trying to remember, oh yeah, I wanted to do like this underlight quality. So yeah, maybe I'll have a little bit of a gradient going on for this. So let's see, what does that look like? It's a bit much. It's not terrible. I kind of like that mid-tone, and then the lighter shirt, and then the sorry, I've got a frog in my throat all day. No thorium mist up here. There's certainly some kind of crossover elements between the tactic Islander mice. I don't think that this character is necessarily like a direct kind of descendant or something from the tactic mice, but I think that they probably maybe work with them from a time to time, or like give them supplies or something cool like that. I could imagine that could be something that this character would do, work with them. Why not? So I want this arm to kind of like match that, the tail as well. I don't think it'll necessarily go quite a bit darker, but I think it'll have the cloud kind of like overtaking a bit of the tail there. And the toes, these I think might be, well, actually I'll leave them for now. I think the pants will kind of inform those values. So what is this one? This is the actual backpack. So I think I want to brighten up. Oh, looks like we've hit lunch o'clock. So I'm gonna just quickly lock in stuff. I've been rambling quite a bit, so it's slowed down. But just want to quickly capture the lighting kind of quality between elements that I think would look nice. So I'm going to pull these pants down into a darker kind of color here. And then this is kind of shaded from the actual workbench and arm. So like the shirt and kind of apron, I feel like the darkest kind of shaded areas are not nearly as dark as kind of the pants, where they're shaded a bit more. So that kind of changes their material and color quality, even though right now they're the same color. But like the way the light works on them is different. So I'll definitely be changing the color for that anyways in the end. But for right now, this is just kind of a quick way to handle that. Right, and this arm is getting lost with the shirt here, so if I turn that back on, you can kind of see where it's at. I think the elbow needs to be bright. So where is that? This one, yes. So let's just go with a nice kind of lighter color for now. It's quite bright. And there's no color on this, so it's like turning into this nasty gray, but when I get like the warms and stuff, that'll look a lot nicer there. Okay, well, it is lunch, so I will do the lunch thing, and once we return, we will continue to render. I think it'll actually go relatively smoothly, because I'm pretty confident about the design. I think it'll just be a lot of fun rendering, and, you know, figuring out little details, but I'm sure we'll get them. But alas, we should take our break, and I shall be gone until 2 o'clock my time, EST, but I will have a timer window up here, so you'll know exactly when I'm going to return. So we will be at 56 minutes, and until then, I shall see you later. Have a good break. When we return, I'll have a Larry link for y'all. But yeah, all right, see you in a bit. Time expired. Oh my. Alright. And we're back. Hello everyone. Have returned. So yeah, where we left off, we were doing some kind of the compositional grayscale, if you will. And there's still plenty more to do for that. But first, let me grab the Larry link and share that with y'all. Copy link. Just make sure that it works, you know, by claiming it myself. Very important. Sweet. And gotta sound my horn. Alright. There's a link in the chat. Okay, so lots of little tweaks to do for the values, but I think this is in the right direction. So we have, that's the clothing, this is the arms and tail, this would be the satchel. So I'm gonna darken back here, so there's like a lot of occluded light back there probably. But at the same time, there's gonna be some underlighting. Kind of like, maybe just soften out some of those details. Sorry about suddenly Jacob's voice has returned. I try to like return a little subtly because I know that you know, once I've been silent for the full hour, it can be a little bit surprising when I return. So sorry about giving you a startle. If I ever do like a Halloween stream, I should like try to return in a spooky, scary way. Just make ghost noises. Alright, well, so I just added a little bit of kind of dimension to the pack here. I'll be playing around with that. And the construction's loud outside. Don't know if any of that's being picked up, but it's just roaring. Lots of heavy trucks and their air brakes. Alright, let's see. So, toes. When do I want to? Oh, I know one. The workbench. So this one, thinking I want to have the actual kind of the wood panel be like a nice, rich, dark color. So kind of closer to this for the wood portions. And then I'll have to kind of like fill these parts in a little more carefully. These kinds of platforms and devices and vices and holding kind of tools. Who knows what those would be made of? I don't know yet. Okay. These straps are going to be a bit darker, but they don't need to be incredibly dark. I think they'd be a bit darker than the face, though. So it's fair. it occurred to me if I'm doing like an underlight, the inside of the sleeve here might actually be lit better than other areas, such as the top of the sleeve. So it might be kind of darker up in here, because the arm is kind of blocking a bit of the light there. Like the very underside of that sleeve might be catching some decent light here. That's an interesting thing, is I keep kind of automatically rendering it as if the light is coming from above. That's an interesting kind of thing to try and break the habit of, actually. So it's going to get fairly occluded down here because we're not getting the light coming past the workbench. And there's probably going to be an okay amount of atmospheric light, so I don't want it to go super dark, especially for the clothing. I imagine that, you know, this is a lighter colored shirt, and therefore, you know, it's not going to get significantly kind of darker in most areas, unless it's like really kind of, you know, wrinkled and tucked away where the light can't reach it. So like these big open areas, I think will still kind of catch a good amount of light, especially if there's going to be these kind of like the satchel of kind of glowing components that's going to produce enough light to kind of, you know, light up the fabric here. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let's see. Okay. Then I can go a bit darker there, and cool. All right. I feel like I'm getting closer. So the goggles here, I think I want there to be just a bit more kind of brightness right on kind of like parts of the rim, just to kind of like make that pop a bit more. Should take a look at this without the sketch on as well. And flipping the image as well would be probably a good idea. Okay, so let's give this a flip. That feels pretty okay, I think. I think I'll get the top of the shirt a bit darker in here. Yeah, the top of the knee here, just under the bench, is going to be quite occluded, quite a bit darker. Because this is still kind of pointing up and away from the ground, so it's not getting that kind of direct, well, I don't know, it's like right against these clouds, which actually are probably really soft diffused light that's just kind of coming from all kinds of angles. So it's actually probably pretty good at lighting up a lot of stuff here. Yeah, it's okay. Still, I want to get that kind of like interesting contrast between the materials there. So I think, you know, this kind of value is pretty decent to kind of still have that workbench pop out. And then I think these kind of sleeve bits, I could allow those to have deeper shadows. For now. Cool. All right. And now I think I'll get the outer arm here and give it the underlighting, because I really like this arm a lot, actually. I want to kind of like show those like big muscles, big strong arms. And I think there'll be just kind of like, just the very rim of this might catch a little bit of light because it's, you know, delicate fur on the arm that will catch the light and just kind of make that read nicely. Just makes it more interesting, really. Sometimes that's enough of an excuse to do more interesting lighting. It just looks good. So make it happen. All right. I'll probably do a layer above the glove to represent that kind of banding on the glove. That'll just make it easier if it's a separate layer. Let's take a look with the grayscale. So we have some pretty wild colors happening because using the kind of like brightness slash luminosity flipping mask technique means that the colors aren't really kind of being controlled. So you get some weird stuff going on. Mind you, the satchel already has kind of like just gray charms there anyways. Figure out, just punch a little bit of color onto that. And then the mouse here, add some warmth. Maybe I can just do a color brush. Again, this isn't like necessarily normally how I work, but it's kind of a neat way to do it. Kind of handle the grayscale and then just do the color separate, like tackling each one at a time, as opposed to what I normally do is just kind of like grab the specific color I want and then use that. Kind of like here, now I'll kind of be like, okay, now I want this kind of like specific pink, a little more orange pink. for the inner kind of ear here, because it's a concave shape, so it's catching the light on the upper inside, and it's a bit kind of more orange because of all the like yellow light coming from the clouds and such. I think I'm also gonna make the sketch even less visible. It's just saving itself. Let's see. Let me go a little bit more red. Okay, so that's like really saturated. I think probably want to pull it back for the that part of the ear. Just feels a little too overly saturated. I think I am going to just hide the sketch altogether. Okay. So those golds are like really green and kind of nasty. So let's see. I get more orange. Can keep the goggle straps the same though. Now these, I imagine, would be getting some of that very good kind of yellow, orange, pink kind of light happening from the clouds all around. The reflections on this would actually probably be capturing so much of the like twilight sky above. It would actually be dark up here for the most part, because these are, again, like it's reflecting everything around it, right? Metallic. That's what it do, and it'll just kind of like restrict the reflected colors to kind of like the material itself. I imagine there's enough kind of like interesting, you know, cloud structures nearby to kind of like light up these reflections in interesting ways. All right. And then do a little more color dodging, just because it always looks neat. Such a good metal cheat. Wow. All right, well, we can tweak that later. I think that's kind of far enough for level of detail right now. I certainly don't need to go any further until I have other parts rendered to that degree. deal with that in a bit too. All right. I think I want a little more warmth on the character overall as well. So let's see. So do the arm here. Do a layer above. Actually, maybe we'll keep it below. And let's try this as a color layer. Again, this is kind of like not necessarily usually how I do these tweaks, but it's definitely one of the ways to do it. The adjustment layers later. And this one. Let's try this again. So, color. Get a bit of that gold kind of glow off of the charm here. So that looks neat. Yeah, a little bit more. Well, getting so many layers, my goodness. Okay, that's fine for now. Let's see, should get this going. So I want to create the kind of like banding on the actual toolkit here. So I'm going to have to crank that up quite a bit. I forgot to actually like create a layer for these, which is fine. So this should be a fine color. I can't remember exactly how I wanted this to look. Okay, now I remember. No. Need to erase it from this layer if I want to do that correctly. Technically, okay, so actually this should be a layer above, not actually clipped to this. And then what I can do is actually like erase this extra banding stuff that I left in. Cool. All right, now Don't worry too much about like the weird kind of sketch, brighter and darker kind of smudge things happening on this gold. That's just from the original sketch layer, and that'll get kind of obliterated in time, replaced with much nicer looking colors. Should be using an accent brush for this. Making sure that it's fully opaque wherever I draw. So if it's not, it'll kind of like mess the colors up. Shouldn't be bad here where it's overlapping something else and it's not like super critical details either. But if it was like on the background, nothing behind it, and important kind of features, then I would have to make sure that I had it fully opaque. Trying to like make this shape feel consistent is a bit weird for this angle. Hopefully it's not too far off. Feels way off. Or is it just the center part's not actually centered very well? You have to look at this with the sketch turned off. It might not be terrible. It's passable. Okay, so this part on the inside only goes to here, but then on the outside, having it kind of reach out and have kind of neat little detailing. There we go. Cool. And I might as well put the bolts here. I think that one would be visible. Nice. No. as well make these gold. I feel like all the other metal bands are going to be, so why not? Alright. Plus I could use this layer for these kind of platform things. So I'm almost picturing this as kind of like, you know, the felt kind of like top on a billiards table. Kind of like maybe an interesting kind of platform for this here socket thing going on. I don't know. And this part is just going to be a lot of just kind of back and forth painting, I think. Just to make these things, I don't want to break it up into a million different layers, so. Just kind of doing it all on one layer is probably the easiest. Okay. I don't know, what do we think about kind of like color scheme? I'm not into the blue everything. I think maybe the blue is not terrible because of kind of like keeping that hazy horizon is neat, but I'm wondering if we want to kind of like just harmonize the color palette into a more earthy kind of warm color range. So what I could do is make a new layer here and colorize this, and then just try something. See, I could just tonal correction hue. Slide through various different colors and see if anything kind of pops out. This teal is not terrible, actually. It's kind of interesting. Green is way too much. The kind of purple and brown is not bad. Kind of lowering the saturation as well. I actually don't hate the grays, because we can still have the color playing around in there, and then it's kind of leaving more of the saturation for other kind of parts of the image. So what if we went more saturation, so just to see what color where we're at. So where was it kind of good? I think it was kind of neat around the browns. So this is kind of okay. So a bit of green, purple. So if I drop the saturation, we're still warms. But then yeah, I think there's more color, kind of like slight little color tweaking that can be done that might look interesting. more subtlety, I suppose, is what I meant. Yeah. Makes the kind of like the gold kind of filigree and stuff pop. The backpack is way too saturated though. It's kind of throwing everything for a loop. So I'm gonna edit and tonal correct that. I'm just gonna drop that down, but I think I'll also just drop the overall. I can't drop the luminosity there because this is above it. I'm kind of dealing with that. All right. Earth's boundary between the sky and space has a fuzzy brown sulfur color. Actually, yeah, isn't that due to there being like sodium in the air or something like that? I'm sure it's a whole bunch of different elements, but that is a good point. Yeah, I might like get that kind of like thin, just brown. Or is it sulfur? I don't know. And I think it might be like dependent on your kind of like where you are in the atmosphere and what the light is doing. Yeah, I certainly like the kind of like the color bleed that can happen of the atmosphere. Yeah, it's not like every single image that I'm looking at, it has that like really obvious kind of like thin kind of brown. Actually, it's kind of hard to find an image with that right now. Though I don't know how many of these are like artistic ones versus actual shots from in atmosphere, but very high atmosphere. Yeah, and if it's like more like the sunset haze, that's a different thing too, right? All right, well, I think I have like a good amount of warmth from the clouds anyways, so I don't want to go too crazy with that. But I think what I'll do is I'll do a color layer and I will try to knock that back a bit. And then because I've kind of downplayed a lot of the saturation, it's making kind of like other elements pop. The green on the workbench is now crazy. It's way too much. So I'm gonna pull that back a lot. I tend to make a very saturated image. It's something that I'm trying to pull away from though. So I think that there's a place for it, but I think that you can get some really beautiful work if you like are a lot more subtle with such things and use them very sparingly. So overall, I want to make like a piece that is like with below, you know, like 40% saturation everywhere, and then maybe a few places where it's like up to like here. But like for the most part, I want it to be kind of like a little more gray overall. And I know that sounds like a bad, weird thing, but I actually think that it'll make it even more kind of punchy for the colors if I like really keep it restricted. So I almost want to see what will happen if I like make a layer up here. Actually, I'll make it a Correction layer, hue, and if I drop the saturation even more, that's crazy desaturated, right? But then, if I kind of like erase away that color mask here, so I'm masking this now, well, to kind of like let more color come through in a couple of selected spots. Even though it's like still very desaturated, like halfway, it's like pretty punchy. So I don't know, kinda neat, but maybe not ideal for such a fantastical kind of piece. I feel like it's gonna want to have some of that really rich color. Yeah, I think mainly what I'm probably trying to lean towards is just making sure that there is enough kind of like desaturated to make the saturated really kind of sing well. So not much different now. It's a little less saturated in a couple of places, but it doesn't make that big a difference. So just get rid of that because it's going to be harder to create the image with that layer affecting everything below. So I'd rather just kind of manually get there. It's a fine thing to do at the very end of a piece to kind of like go over it with kind of like extra layers to kind of like create more harmony in the piece. But kind of a bad idea unless it's like this kind of layer, the like checking the grayscale, where this isn't actually a part of the final image, so I hide it, but it's useful for just kind of like making sure my values feel good. So I think one of the things that I need to make work next is these little tools. I did kind of ignore them for now just because they're so small, but I actually think that they're gonna be an important part of how the image reads. So where are they? Here? No. No. Wouldn't be that. No. Where are you hiding? Let's see. Aha! Found you. Alright. So back to the luminosity layer. So this one's kind of like mini hammer. And then we got our calipers. Of some sort. And our gauge. And of course our trusty engineer pen or pencil. Okay. Let's get some highlights on these. Peen hammer. Some fine little details on it. Why not? It just kind of came out of me. That's how it goes. Sweet. Okay. Now, so the values are feeling closer. I think I want to deal with some of the stuff in the bag. Should be way down here. So this is the value section here. Right now I'm kind of treating it as they're all glowing, but I think it might be a mixed bag of kind of some are glowing, others are not. Honestly, it might be best to have most of them not, and then it's almost like the glow is more internal, coming from like the bottom of the stack and kind of shining its way through them, which will actually look kind of neat. So like the tops of these could be almost invisible against the twilight sky. Then the ones kind of facing closer to us are just kind of scattering all that light around. Let's see what that looks like with some color. It's not very great without any good color here. Now, okay, and I'm just going to do a layer on top of all of this because it's just kind of a bit messy. I would like to be able to just control it. Yeah, so far I haven't really regretted using this number of layers. It hasn't really impeded me so much yet. There's more kind of jumping around I have to do between the layers and make sure I'm on the right one, but overall not bad. Okay, so now if we're going to be getting bounce light in here, I think what's going to end up happening is going to be quite a saturated color in the end, because it's kind of like this gold bouncing gold off of gold, potentially, depending on kind of what actual color we want out of these charms. And maybe they shouldn't all be the same material. It might make it harder to kind of like fit the actual drops, but for now I want to see where this can go. So basically the spaces between them are going to have this kind of glow coming off them, which is reflective of the clouds, right? So we have these kind of golden kind of sunlight peeking through a little bit. But there's going to be a lot of this kind of just bouncing around, so it's going to get like really very saturated, which is interesting because I was talking about wanting to do a very desaturated piece. Is this the expansion that finally adds the charm conduit upgrade? Boy, wouldn't that be a choice. No, I think way back when, and I could literally show you it in the very first sketchbook that I made, or that it had the original set of mice, like the white mouse, the pirate mouse, like literally the first drawings of MouseHunt, period, in that same sketchbook. It's not a very big sketchbook. There was the whole concept for the like charms, which actually back then I was calling trinkets, but that was when I kind of like was like, oh yeah, you know, like you'll start off with a level 1 conduit, which is where you slot these charms in, and the further you go, you'll like start to unlock more of them, and instead of having like a whole bunch of different charms that do all kinds of things, it would be more about combining multiple charms and stacking their effects. So you would like, you know, have a bunch of luck charms combined, and you know, instead of there being you know, ultimate and extreme and all the kind of different tiers of charms, it would be more like you're combining them. But ultimately, gameplay wise, that's actually way more limiting, because you can't really have all the kind of like weird wild effects so much without like really breaking some things by being able to equip multiple charms. So I just don't see that that would be a useful direction to take it in. So like thematically, we could just be like kind of like how the gauntlet for the rift charms exists, where you have to like technically that's the level 2 charm conduit if you really think about it, is the infinite gauntlet. But yeah, effectively the only thing that the charm conduit would do with the current system, and I don't think we would be changing it because that would change tons of areas and not really add anything that I think would be too valuable to the gameplay, but it would be just kind of unlocking access to specific charms because you have the conduit. But that's what the gauntlet does already, right? The null gauntlet, infinite null, what? Yeah. But yeah, exactly. Like combining an ultimate charm plus a bait keep charm and then like area effect charms. Well, actually, I mean, like in some cases, it might be nice to actually be able to do something like that. But again, it's like there's so many things we would have to account for that would be like a nightmare to balance around, that it's just like not something we'll ever do. Like we're discussing MouseHunt 4.0 kind of like upgrades of how to kind of like improve the infrastructure and really kind of like clean up so much of the cruft of the game that we've been really wanting to address for a long time. And if we ever made major changes like that, it would be, you know, during that time most likely. But I don't think that the conduit would be something we would be like, yes, this will be an improvement for the game. That's just unfortunately an old legacy of an idea that, you know, we've never cleaned up the level 1 thing to kind of not imply that there will be more. So that's probably something that we should address. Oh, color dodge. It's like, why is this not doing what I expect it to? You know, it'd just be impossible to balance, to be honest. It would break so much. Who knows though? Maybe there could be like a fun area or like mini event where you could like equip more than one charm and just absolutely like break an area's, you know, systems for a brief period of time, or just for that area or something where it's accounted for in a way, and that could be kind of neat. So I don't know, maybe something like that. The charm conduit exists, but it's like just for that location or something. Who knows? Yeah, certainly not in this expansion. We're actually like working to try and keep the impact of you know, having to kind of like do a lot of balance, and we're trying to make this very like low scope for the development, because that means that it'll allow us to kind of like get this out, and what this area is for is going to be kind of like more than enough without kind of like overloading it with too much kind of like extra mechanics and details and all kinds of stuff. Like it's an extension to the floating islands, and it will like improve that experience and add another layer of really interesting kind of stuff to it, without kind of like getting overly complicated with too many details and like lots of new stuff for the player to kind of like learn and memorize, and for us to balance and, you know, perfect. So yeah, intentionally designed to just not require an insane amount of work on our end, because we have lots of things we want to do, and you know, if we were to work on this expansion for, you know, half a year, then it's like, well, we can only do so much stuff, so we have other things we want to do as well. And I think the way that we've designed this, it actually is going to be quite decent for allowing us to work on a few things. I believe, anyways. I'm excited about it. Like, we have the art stuff kind of tasked out, and I like kind of the roadmap we have. It feels like we're not going to be hitting any kind of like major, you know, stress to try and get it out in time, but you know, it'll give us enough time to like add the level of quality that I think the area should have, deserves, to kind of like, you know, really be strong and interesting without kind of requiring 80 unique mice. You know, we're looking at depending on kind of how effectively things are going. Could be you know, around a dozen or so characters. Maybe. We kind of have like a short list and a long list of characters. And then depending on kind of like where we're at certain dates, we'll be able to kind of like say, okay, yeah, we're doing really good for time. Let's do this extra set of characters to kind of like really add that kind of like extra level of interesting detail to the area. Whereas if we're kind of like running a bit closer to our kind of like end date for it, then it's kind of like, okay, well, no worries. We didn't actually intend to or require these characters to be a part of this expansion, and so therefore they'll just be cut, and we'll still make sure we're going to hit the deadline that we've set for ourselves. And so it's nice when we can kind of like plan that way, and I think it's going to work well, because there's always like some unexpected stuff. HUDs and stuff can often take, you know, more time than we know. You know, we'll look at it and be like, yeah, okay, so it's relatively complicated, but should be approximately this amount of time. And it's like, if there weren't any tweaks and stuff, then sure, it would have fit then. But then, you know, there's always some kind of little, oh, we just realized it needs to be able to show these details. And, you know, when we're actually like, it's plugged in and it's going well, and, you know, the area is working. When we're in kind of like the play testing stage, then it's like, oh, you know what if this, and then we might kind of tweak the HUD to include, you know, the extra little detail that really adds so much depth and awesomeness that we hadn't kind of thought of before, let's say, and it, you know, that can extend it without being able to possibly account for that. Just didn't know that was going to come down the pipe. But that's why we're kind of looking at the deadlines we have set for ourselves, where it's got room to for sure kind of have those kind of moments of let's push this a little further than we anticipated. And then if we don't have anything kind of like pushing back or delays or whatever, then that means that we can probably get extra characters in, and I think that'd be sweet. Thank you. Yeah, no, now I'm at the point where I'm just kind of working on a top layer. Like I've kind of captured a certain amount of value and color and stuff that I'm comfortable kind of rendering it. As you can see, the side of this kind of satchel I've just started to go ham on without even really paying much attention. So that's a good sign that I'm feeling good about where things are at. Kind of has that nice kind of like ember glow to it, which I wasn't actually planning for the aesthetic of this, but I'm actually quite liking it. But that said, this might entirely change depending on what charms this character might drop. Because right now they kind of actually have like a luck vibe to them with the kind of like gold swirl. So I don't know if that's gonna stick around, but if I just kind of need to, I can kind of crack these apart and make it look more like just parts, and that might be the best way to handle that. Where it's, you know, Mouse is just kind of salvaging things and making little construct creatures out of charms, as opposed to, oh yeah, this mouse drops, you know, luck charms or power charms or ancient charms or rainbow or some kind of unique new charm, you know, like stuff like that. We don't need to commit to that necessarily, but yeah. So I probably shouldn't go too crazy on those details in case I do need to change that. Put one Dragonbane charm in. Yeah, it's in there. It's buried at the bottom. You got to have that like claw device to get at it. I'm having coffee. Yeah, it could be fun if I like took the time to kind of like show a bunch of like fun charms that we are very familiar with and like turn those into weird creatures. Like the Dragonbane is the one with the legs or something, and then like one of these is a power and one's a luck, or the rainbow, or who knows what, right? But I'd be a bit cautious about that, setting up expectations for the player to be like, whoa, I'm going to get those charms, and then that not delivering on it at all might be bad. So probably not the direction that I should go in. All right, so I can turn off the sketch basically completely. Yep, just a backpack full of ultimate charms. Yeah, there you go. Never miss a catch. In Sky Palace, Mouse catches you. Let's see. Oh yeah, actually there would be the banding on the arm here, because that's a neat detail. So I'll just do a new layer for that. Just perhaps make my life a little easier there. Or perhaps not. Using my smoothing brush here. And I don't know, like, if we're doing a metal thing, I'm not so sure about kind of getting it between the fingers like that. But that kind of looks cool, actually. I'll get away with that, I think. Then for this, I think I'll just try and keep a consistent, almost like, gauge of thickness for the metal band here. And kind of try and wrap it with the glove. So this, I'm just gonna get rid of the silhouette where it was trying to fill all that banding detail for me. Just let this layer do all that. And also, I think I actually prefer there to be a little more open kind of space on the top. It's actually much more interesting when I like kind of see that open area. So I'm going to move this closer to the outer edge and then just leave that top area nice and open. I think that's much more interesting. So I don't even need that sketch anymore. Go back to the smoothing brush. sketch kind of did something underneath here, maybe. I don't want to go too crazy with it. I feel like it might get a bit too noisy. Less is more. I'll have this kind of like wrap into a spiral here. So it's like a bent wire that kind of hooks around a bolt or something like that. Who knows? And maybe this, just as a final interesting detail, connects there. Just kind of bulking that up a little bit. But then, yeah, nice big kind of open face at the top to just kind of create that nice balance, or slightly more balanced. Just going to thin that out actually. Don't need the wire to be such a thick gauge overall. Yeah, okay. Not bad. The mouse aisle. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, the gray kind of hair and the goggles, totally. And the kind of like hunching forward feel. I see it. I see it. Okay, so haven't really done anything with the torch. I could still move the nozzle down so that it's kind of like closer to where the hand is, and that might make a little bit more sense. Let's see if it will work. I kind of love where it is, but I also get that it's kind of like not the greatest of designs. Curious as to what would happen if I grab all of that. Maybe I'll just copy that. Yeah, probably a good thing that I did, because a lot of that is not going to fit. Okay, so actually that's kind of neat. If I have it kind of come forward, there could be this like trigger that it can kind of like activate with its index finger. So it can clamp the whole thing and then kind of use that. Now who knows where the actual kind of like gas and all that gets injected from, but hey, this is MouseHunt. It's a ridiculous universe that has very bad logic for everything. Thanks to your wonderful devs like me. Okay, so I actually like this. I didn't expect to, but here we are. Just trying to make this kind of make a little more sense as to how it kind of latches on. Maybe that's like the feed. But this is trigger here. That's kind of cool. Intensified MouseHunt. Each of the like devices in its satchel are actually just MouseHunts ready to launch. Just gonna get rid of this real quick. Sure. That works. Good enough. And then this will have yeah, the initial flame is actually just in the sketch layer, interestingly enough, so eventually that will just vanish as I depreciate that sketch. It's a very weird flame. So many colors that probably not a good sign. But you know what? When you're working with these metals and magics, you need something a little extra. That's kind of fun. So many layers. Oh, where did that go? I unclipped a layer somewhere. This one. Ah, I see what I did. I see what I did. Aha. Interesting. Yeah, Clip Studio works a little differently when it comes to kind of the way clipping masks work. Just still gotta figure out how they work properly, but it seems like you can do some slightly more ridiculous things with it, but it also means it's kind of like a little less controllable in some ways. Although it makes sense when you kind of like get it to work, but yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we can do a little bit with the hair. We can do with the little constructs. I think I want to touch up the backdrop a bit to kind of like create more of that palace view. Kind of like even have like structures visible slightly off the horizon maybe. And we're actually getting kind of close. There's still the clothing. And then kind of like a major pass over everything I think will be a bit necessary. And I can start to merge the layers down, I think. So, I don't know. Yeah, I actually like where the torch is now. It seems like they might use it this way now. You got that like clamping thing. Maybe the fuel canister goes up here now. And that's kind of like, it kind of like screws it into the top. That'd be kind of neat. Where are you? This layer is. Yeah, so maybe there's like this kind of socket here, and then a fuel canister kind of like gets screwed in from the top, and then that feeds down into the nozzle there. Not that we need to like make sense of anything that we create here, but it's kind of fun when we can just make it up, and it doesn't really matter, but we did it. So this is some kind of like, you know, mini fuel cartridge for like that magic flame that's required for crafting these very specialized devices. Don't drop this the wrong way and have it land on this. Oops. Kaboom. Yeah. Could be bad. Just kind of like thing that it gets kind of holds it in there. It makes me think of a what is that? The like soda spray things where you like screw in the carbonation tank. So yeah, soda stream, but for fire. Don't forget to grab your refills for your immolation stream. Oh yeah, totally forgot to like add this thing. You know, thing. Whatever it be. So in the sketch, I actually had like teeth on it. So it'd be like this very angular kind of clamping thing here. Like that. So it's got a decent grip. And then it's biting down on. Ooh, gonna have to move it up here. Let's see. Clip that. There we go. Having it bite down on some kind of just energy core thing. Who knows what? Yeah, probably don't want to mess around with that thing. Probably danger. I don't know why, but I was like, I want to make it look more like a galaxy. And then I loved it. So now they're wielding some kind of galactic vice. Just, you know, why not? Should this be behind the clamps? Maybe, but it's also kind of cool in front. Yeah. I'll leave it there. Yeah, totally. I should definitely put some like spare canisters for the fuel. Absolutely. Maybe there would be like inside the workbench or on the side of it. It could have kind of slots for it, or just kind of like one of the pouches has a bunch kind of poking out of the pocket. But yeah, I definitely think there should be something. That'd be neat. I like that idea. 3:30. Turn off the sketch. Let's take a look at grayscale. It's not bad. There's definitely some things that I think can be balanced still. Getting to the point where I'm feeling overwhelmed with the number of layers. Tail. Well, the selection technique's actually pretty decent. I can just hold Shift and Control without having to switch tools, because in Photoshop I'm used to having to like switch to the like Move tool, which is V, and then holding Control to click on the object to make a selection of it without having to just kind of scroll through all this, right? Whereas no matter what tool I'm using, if I hit Shift Control and then I click, suddenly I'm on that layer, which is actually a decent way to go about this. Makes it so that I feel less bothered by the sheer amount of layers. That said, I think I'm getting to the point where I'm okay with certain things just being merged down for simplicity, like this kind of whole bag situation. I'm pretty content with where it's at loosely, and I'll be able to just like paint that all together later. But if I merge this now, is there anything that I'll be losing? Not really. So I'm just gonna merge selected layers, and now when I like go to tweak the kind of luminosity, I don't need to think about the colorized layer, I don't need to think about the layer on top of all of that. I can just kind of paint that layer and not worry about it. But because I did all the previous layers beforehand, made it a little bit more okay to get to this point with it. So I think maybe that's the lesson I should take from it is I often am like, oh, I don't want to deal with that many layers, so I'll just kind of work with the minimum possible. But I should probably work with as many as I'll be able to utilize up until the point where I'm kind of like, okay, now I am actually kind of like sick of these layers, so now I'm just going to merge it. And that's probably the perfect balance between the two of kind of like, I don't want to use all these layers, or I wish that I used more layers. Because I think I grovel about not actually having done more layers more than not, and then it's so much easier to just mash the layers I do have when I want, as opposed to adding new ones retroactively. You can't. Not so much, anyways. Alright, so I'll get a little more of that kind of nice yellow light. It's close to the billowy cloud there. Getting a little contrasty. want to get too crazy with the contrast here. I think I might knock it back just a bit more. I wanted to get deeper kind of shadows for that pocket, but it was starting to kind of draw too much attention. So one way I can just knock that back is kind of like softening any of the hard edges so that it doesn't kind of read quite as clearly. I need to remember I'm not actually painting with luminosity brush right now, so maybe just switch over to that brush just in case. Now I'll need to like make sure my colors aren't getting too out of whack, which is fine because I can always tweak that. Probably going to look crazy now. It's not too crazy, but it's definitely way more saturated than it was. But that's not terrible. It makes the shirt feel kind of weird, to be honest, which isn't bad because I need to tweak that anyways. And I think I'm also going to just flatten down the shirt now. Okay. So I think I want the top of it to be just a bit darker overall, and then only right on the edge that is kind of like facing the bag. It'll get that gold color instead of just kind of like sky gray or whatever. So you can tell that it's like the light coming off of the bag itself that's catching the shirt. Otherwise it's, you know, just mostly in this kind of like shadow. Okay, and then I think the arms really need to kind of like be more this brown, at least this left arm anyway, or its right arm. Need to kind of like deepen the value here. Again, time to merge. Merge selected. Yeah. Did that do something weird? feel like there's some kind of layer messed up somewhere. You know what? I think it's just because the sketch isn't kind of filling in that little spot there. Never mind. I'll deal with that. Merge selected. Okay. Now, I know in the original sketch I kind of had more of that elbow with this kind of like nice heavy muscle kind of playing off of that better. So let's see if I can try and capture that a bit. Do I have the sketch on? No. Okay. Is there anything above this that's affecting it? Don't think so. Okay. Just seemed like it picked up a weird color for a second. Sorry about that. So get some like nice pink right on that elbow, and a little bit more of the yellow from the like the glow of the clouds right on that kind of elbow point right there. And I kind of like this glow coming off of the device. Kind of generate some interesting direction for your kind of eye to go. Make that kind of fall off into like a warmer color. Yeah. Alright, I think the yellow is a bit much. I think I might have to just desaturate it. And just kind of go more orange. Maybe. I just was maybe feeling a little too unnatural for the color. But maybe that's a good thing. thinking. There we go. I'm glad when it does that, it like properly locks up, so you can't just like start being like, what's going on, and like scribble a bunch, and then when it's finally done its thing, it like tries to do all those scribbles for me, and then it's just like just makes a mess of everything. I just have to undo it. Not that it would be a massive issue, it's just kind of, it would be annoying and easily predictable that it would be annoying, so I'm glad that they properly lock it up so you don't have that. Adobe. Could learn a thing. I don't know, that arm is kind of wonky to me. Let's see. It's just maybe a bit shiny, I don't know. Let's take a look at this in grayscale. I think maybe it's kind of weird that this goes behind the bicep and the shirt doesn't. So this needs to come out front, but it can't there. So I need to erase it here. That's fine. Alright. Oh. Now what's blocking it? There we go. Can have the arm pressing right up against that. That's fine. That's fine. It's giving away a little bit. I like that little magic flame. It's kind of neat. And then like this weird plasma ball thing. It's fun too. I don't know why, but I'm like, the tighter it squeezes this thing, the flatter this weird kind of disc glow should get. Like it's somehow constrained to the dimension of whatever this thing is. Did the sketch really do that much? Okay, sorry. I'm just seeing things that feel a bit off from when I looked at them before, wondering if when I merged things, it kind of like ate some of the details somehow. I'm gonna go with a little more texture for this part. Maybe actually this brush. It's got a little more canvasy scrub to it. Very heavy, baggy pants. Again, I think I'm like trying to light it from the wrong angle. Ooh. Okay, so lighten up a bit, go towards pink. This mouse is for the upcoming expansion to the Floating Islands, the Sky Palace. So it's kind of a charm crafter type character. Basically, they will have some kind of collection of charms on them. I'm not totally sure what, because we haven't actually worked out that balance, so I'm kind of flying blind design-wise, but thematically, what we're playing around with is it kind of like takes various charm parts and actually creates little constructs out of them. So it has little friends. up in the sky palace. I just thought that was a fun idea, so I decided to explore it. Who knows if that's what the actual kind of like final description we'll talk about, but you know, we'll see it when we see it. And a little caveat to the design is there's a chance that I'll end up kind of redoing the kind of charm portion once I know kind of like what it'll actually have on it. So that's just a little thing about it. Yeah, some kind of charm-based mouse. Yeah, we're just kind of in the stages of just pure rendering, where I just kind of maybe ramble or maybe zone out and just go. So don't expect the most kind of engaging commentary, but I hope you enjoy. Thank you for tuning in. So yeah, I'm just kind of like going for a bit of an underlight. It's not like really dramatic though. I suppose I could push it further. Ears are very red and the tail is very gray. I should probably make the tail a little more red. That's too red though. I should probably make the tail a little more pink. Haven't done anything with the toes yet. Oh, thank you, Tim. Always appreciated. Thanks for popping in and sharing your thoughts on it. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, it's kind of it's an interesting one. Just trying to like figure out what in the world I want to do with the how to handle specific details. I'm not totally sure, but it's interesting. Personally, I'm really excited for you to see other characters we've already come up with for the area. They're freaking cool. This one's okay. I'm enjoying it though. I don't know. Compared to some of the other ones, it's alright. Yeah, I think there's just kind of like a bunch of balancing I still would like to do on this, and so it's kind of like I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna get it to the level I want it by the end of the stream, which is okay. That is often what happens these days, and I think that it's certainly kind of coming along well enough to be happy with posting it, and I think watching the time lapse at the end of the stream is going to be really fun. Because honestly, there has been a lot that's happened. We started with just the sketch. Actually, I kind of like the fabric kind of almost blending into the cloud color there. Yeah. It's not bad. Are they all in space? It's like upper atmosphere. They're in the Sky Palace, which is like pretty much at the edge of the atmosphere, so it's very, very thin atmosphere, but you know what? They got magical flame and live up here, so they're fine. They don't have any issues with it. But how do you fare, Hunter? Perhaps it is not so good on the human lungs. But then again, you're like hanging out in rifts and stuff, and as some other hunters have pointed out, it's probably not the best place to be breathing in the atmosphere. I've made one character for this already, but there have been, I believe, 4 other characters have been kind of like, at least in process. So there's been a few, but we have a few more to do, which is pretty great because I'm excited for them. They're going to be really neat. Kind of like, that's a weird looking planet. It's not supposed to be a planet. It's supposed to be some kind of like hovering, using some kind of drone blades popping out of the top of this. Your modified charm thingy madoo. Who knows? I don't know. Certainly not me. I got that like streaming for many hours mush brain going on. Alright. I'm trying to avoid going too spoilery with the Sky Palace. There's certainly lots that I could talk about, but we'll save it to future weeks. We're going to be working on this for a little while, so we'll spread it out a bit. You know, don't want to give it all away. Alright. So I think I'll go for like a kind of gray hair here. So it's going to be, ooh, I should probably lock that and do a clipping mask. Even if it's gray, it's going to be grabbing the color from those. And then we'll go nice and light right here. This is ear. And turn off the sketch. You can go actually quite a bit darker and desaturated for the ear, to be honest. There probably shouldn't be that much light getting up in some of this. Let's take a look at the grayscale though. Okay, so I feel like this whole area should get quite a bit darker overall. So I'm wondering, I'm getting to the point where I can just maybe start to merge a lot of it, and then I can really kind of like push and pull some things. Ooh, any earring with gears. That could be a good idea, actually. So it's not a tactical mouse, because I know that's come up before, but I feel like this character would hang out with the tactics mice. They'd probably get along quite well. So I'm kind of like, would that feel a little too tactical character? But I don't think so, because you know, they're more about that kind of like the eye thing, right? But that's not this character. So I may get rid of this outer earring. It kind of, I don't know, it doesn't quite work as well as I thought it would for me. So if I do that, and then erase that to there, I'll like make the earring kind of come out over here instead, because I like that. I think that's a nice idea. And that's the layer I'm looking for. I'll go with a brown instead of that like weird green for these straps. Gonna merge all that. Merge selected layers. In fact, I'm gonna make these kind of straps kind of go around the lenses of these goggles. Yeah, maybe that's a bit too wide. Okay, I like that. It kind of brings more attention to the face. You know, the contrast is punched up there now, so it's like draws you right in. And I think the hair, I'm gonna bring forward even more, which is interesting because it's on this layer. I'm fine with that. I do want to get that gear ear in. So this layer is where I would do that. Let's just Maybe I'll like compress that a little bit. Come on. How do I skew it? There we go. That's kind of not quite what I wanted, but a gearing. I like it. I think that's okay. All right, and now just give it a little bit of dimension. I don't know, I just never tire of the steampunk kind of style. It's fun. What's not to love? It's ridiculous. Yeah. All right, I think I want to merge down more layers, to be honest. It's this one. I can leave this for now. Still some usage of these layers. Okay, so I'm gonna lighten that up. Get like the tops of these fingers kind of reading a little bit. Oh, all right. Goggle. So the top of the goggle just needs to have the hair kind of dealt with. of like this part here, I think is probably what you're referring to. Should just merge this, to be honest. So I'm like fighting the brightness layer. Okay, so that's that color, that's that. Okay, I think I will actually need to merge all that together just to cancel. Didn't mean to attempt to close this. There we go. It's a bad hotkey to hit. Alright, so now these merge selected. Now I can kind of mess with the hair. So it's not quite there. Right. I haven't really done anything with the torch. Okay, and the workbench will need work. Whew. So let's just give the torch a quick hello. Merge was not selected. Okay. Where is that extra torch bit? There it is. Okay. That's all connected now, and we'll create a new clipping mask layer. Give this one that kind of brass. think technically these, they want to go this way. If it's pivoting off of this, this is pushing up, it's pushing back equally, so that's pushing back. Okay. Bring those back like that. So I just need to hide that for a minute. Okay. Ooh. It is thinking. I think I'll go up to 5 and then I'm probably done. Hello. Sorry, I've been so quiet. I'm just kind of in the zone, I guess. Just how it goes. Yeah, I think I'm just about to wrap up. Been working at this for a while, and I'm kind of running out of steam. As it goes. Only stream for so much of the day. Let's turn those back on. Ooh, all right. Zoom out. Give it a save. Let's see. I almost want the area cloud directly underfoot to kind of like have that glow from is it the Whisker Woodsdrift that had kind of gears and such? Kind of cool. Let me see. Couldn't hurt to try. It's almost like a shadow, but it's the opposite, really. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And then maybe I'll kind of lean that into more pink. The edges to just kind of give it almost that like sunset quality. It's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Wasn't quite sure how I wanted the underlighting to go, but I think that I like that. All right. Well, okay. I think there's definitely more I want to do with this piece for sure, but I think I'm going to try and wrap up So just looking at any really quick tweaks that could help kind of push this to the next stage before I sign off. Okay, and this layer. All right. That. probably want to make the glove a little bit different from the box here. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, I enjoy giving that kind of like subtle glow to things. Yeah, it's fun. I think I've just been staring at it a little too long right now. In which case, it is 5 o'clock, and I am going to sign off for now. But first of all, let's give it a quick save. I'll post the Larry link in the chat again, just in case anyone missed that. And let's take a look at the time lapse, because that's always fun. And a good way to sign out. So just set that to all, and away we go. Oh, so, this includes the sketch. Lucky you. Yeah, like it's not completed. There's still details that I'm going to work on with it. It's pretty close, so it's just kind of like I'm out of steam to kind of get all those like extra cool details in. And actually, this might be a good opportunity to see if there's kind of any elements of the sketch that really were kind of like neat that we lost along the way. So you can witness me fighting the hand for a while. Or at least the tool. I kind of changed the idea for it a few times. Thank you, Roxanne. Just make that a bit bigger. Yeah, relatively early on, I wanted it to be kind of like a pair of tongs, like blacksmith tongs kind of thing. And then I was kind of like, well, how does this character grab stuff using tongs angled that way? So that's when I kind of decided to do the L-shaped thing. Oh yeah, I want to get the little fuel cell replacements. I think that'll be a neat detail to put somewhere. Not sure where yet, but I'll try and put it in there and then see if you can spot it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm working on a bunch of interface stuff next week, so I'm probably not going to finish this character next week. I might kind of hold off until once the interface stuff is done and out of the way. Plus, that'll give us time to kind of change what those terms are if we need to. And then, hey, maybe I'll end up finishing this on my next stream, perhaps. We'll see. Yeah, the hands are such a different size. It's interesting. Didn't fix that until this morning. Yeah, I keep meaning to, at the start of my art stream, suggest like, hey, if you're watching this on YouTube or whatever, feel free to like skip all the way to the last like 5-10 minutes to catch just this, what we're doing here. So you don't have to watch every single brush stroke in real time. At least you get to watch it, you know, accelerated significantly. Because yeah, I mean, it's like a 3-minute process here. This is a lot of detail, so probably the longest these get is around 6 minutes, maybe. I really wish that the time lapse I worked on for the previous mouse I did had actually been saved properly. I only realized that I didn't start the time lapse process once I had at least the sketch done and maybe more rendering, if I remember. So I'll see if I can do anything with that, but who knows? I'll have to wait until you guys catch that mouse, though. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I think part of this is because I'm running D&D for some friends, and actually 2 of them are playing Artificers or going to be. So I was reading up a lot on the Artificer class from 5th edition, and I think that maybe influenced this character a bit. Just the idea of like building little constructs out of things, kind of neat. Infusing it with magic, but it looks like technology. So that's fun. Space. That's good. I'm glad that it's capturing that style. Oh yeah, and I wanted to kind of like work the background more, kind of create some structures perhaps in the like far distant, and then maybe a little bit of foreground kind of cloud to just kind of like push that atmosphere. And it's interesting kind of watching this kind of play back because I can see how much kind of that value contrast makes a difference right now. Because of where it ended up. And then like the saturation and stuff is, I don't know, it's pretty punched up still. I did try and knock it back, but I think that gold and, well, I mean, the final piece has a lot of like brown and gold, and then pink and purple. So it's the palette that I want it to be, with just like little touches of blue and even like tiny hint of green. So I'm pretty pleased with the overall palette, I think. Yeah, it's just kind of like all the final little tweaking of details. I'll be quite happy with this, as long as the design fits the briefing. But that's not usually an issue. Usually, like what the artist kind of puts through, will like be like, yep, make that fit the game. It's just this character might have like very specific terms that it drops. We're not sure. So if it does, I would probably want to show that. But I won't know for a while. No, that's fair. Like, obviously, the themes are very kind of like fantasy sci-fi, right? And that's not everyone's cup of tea. I can't blame you. But I suppose it's my cup of tea. I personally love this kind of design, but you know, that's why we have so many different varied areas in the game and are trying to always come up with totally different ones. We actually have some really good game docs that some of the newer members have kind of put forward as ideas that I think are really, really different and fun and awesome, and I hope we get to explore those soon. Which the benefit of kind of like how we've designed this current area is like really kind of keeping that in a more kind of small medium scope, so it's not going to take like the entire amount of time we have to work on permanent content. So we are looking to like complete the Sky Palace and then hopefully be able to do one of those other concepts which are like really fun, totally different kind of themes and such. And they would probably be more maybe I don't know, night, I think, actually, area, but like still fun. But you're not going to be getting any like end game trap from it. But kind of more like these are like newer team members. And there we go. Newer team members who are kind of like more actively playing the newer or the sorry, not the newer, the old content, and so they kind of like have a good set of eyes, like fresh look at just kind of the early game experience and how rough that is. Sorry, I just noticed that it was kind of like clipping off the edge there. Okay, I got it. And so, like there's like 1.5 night adventures, and it's in such a weird spot that it really needs something to kind of like distribute the play around that. So we have some really fun ideas. I really hope we get to explore those in due time, because I think there'll be really good art for that, really fun stuff. So, but that's not right now. We'll be discussing that hopefully soon though. But yeah, so I'm gonna call it here. It's been a great stream. I actually really love the piece. I can't always claim that. I don't always feel like I did my best work, but this isn't my best, but it's certainly fun, and I'm enjoying it a lot. So I'm looking forward to working on this more. I'm just exhausted now. So I hope you all have a safe and wonderful and awesome weekend, and wish you all well. It is now saving again. I believe in you. It's taking a while. Hello? Computer? I'm a little concerned. Okay. Whew. That kind of had me panicking for a moment there. I know it autosaves, but like, what if it was like doing the actual save and then just like overwrote it with a corrupt file or something? That'd be a nightmare. I've not had that happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Seems like something that would be fixed if it were a thing very early. So hopefully that's never going to happen to anybody, but it used to. That kind of stuff used to happen. Anywho, thank you all for joining me so much. Hugely appreciated. Here's the Larry link one last time in the chat, and I will post this on my art page, and I shall see you next time. Happy hunting, everyone. Stay safe. Bye.